History, Crimes and Cover-Ups in American Politics, 1776 to 1963, and Survival of the Richest, Donald Jeffries separates the real from the unreal. Fact from fiction. Reverse engineering our manufactured reality. And now, from just outside the swamp-infested Washington, D.C., this is I Protest with Donald Jeffries.
The what?
And welcome to I Protest. It's Donald Jeffries here, coming to you as we do every Friday from 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, as the announcer says, just outside the swamp-infested Washington, D.C. As people know from watching my show, I've had a series of shows trying to highlight what is basically municipal corruption that's happening kind of at local levels or different levels, as I have tried to stress in my writings and my shows. We're not looking at just corrupt Congress that we have to throw the bums at. We are absolutely rotten to the core at all levels. And this is going to be another show that's going to emphasize that, because there's so many people, like the three guests I'm going to have today, that are going through things. Their lives are disrupted and ruined over just sometimes really nonsensical encounters with this injustice system. We have two other guests coming on. They will be on shortly, hopefully. But my first guest is Jody White, who has become an advocate for others after going through an experience. I'm going to let her tell her story. Jody, why don't you tell everyone how you, first of all, welcome to the show, how you got started down this path where you're down these rabbit holes, so you're appearing on a show like mine.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. And really, it started, my husband and his family got into the probate court system here in Michigan back in 2012. My husband was kind of in a grumpy mood because I didn't really, I was raising little ones. I had a couple kids. And so as I was raising the kids, all of a sudden, we find out that Grandpa White does die. And he left the kids some college funds. So we're thinking, okay, no big deal. But my husband wasn't getting it. It was like $8,000. It wasn't a lot of money. So finally, I go to court in January of 2018, and I'm like, why aren't you giving the grandkids the beneficiaries, give them their college funds? Sure enough, 9 months later, because I was filing complaints to everybody because I couldn't believe that we were in this really nonsensical, I love that word that you said, farce of a system that I believed in all my life. Like I said, it's my birthday today. I'm turning 60, but for the last 10 years, I believed in judges. I believed in police officers and court sheriffs and court clerks. But in January, when we filed our first complaint with the Attorney General, and by 9 months later, after going to the DOJ, the FBI, going to the county commissioners, writing complaints on this email, I email everybody, every state senator, every representative. They know who I am. They're very upset by that. And what basically happened is a sheriff, and here's a photo, I don't know how well you can see it, but the sheriff, you can't see it too well, but he was doing these little things like this. And before I knew it, I'm leaving the courthouse, and they wanted to get me for disorderly conduct. And they were saying, they were doing some command, whatever. And I'm like looking at him like he's a weirdo or whatever. Sure enough, bam from behind, thrown to the ground. My husband's right there, can't do anything about it because, he's not going to go to jail. I think they were really shocked that I didn't react because I'm like, okay, what is wrong with this world that I'm in? So because I didn't react and I fought back, I asked for a jury trial. I ended up doing a jury trial in a year later. And the people found me guilty because the cop and the judge spoke on my behalf. And I thought it was a joke. And I didn't have any witnesses come. And so basically 33 days in jail, I ended up becoming a felon. And had to do 3 years of probation. Now, this is the best part. They kept me, this is what my probation was, besides peeing in a cup and going to anger management because, I hit a cop. They kept me away from the probate court in Oakland County for 3 years. And I said, well, fine, then I'm just going to go to Wayne County. And then that's where I found other people to help because I knew what was going on was crazy. So I got off probation last August, and I went back to Oakland County. But the same players are still there. They're still being able to do what they want to do. And so what I join, I join any group that wants to use me. And then I meet other people. And that's kind of how I met Cindy and Ted. They call me up and they're like, Jody, what's going on? And both of them that are our guests today too are they know what they were doing. But the problem is you get like in this frozen state because you're being assaulted and abused under a system that you had expectations that this would never happen to us in Michigan. So that's my story in a nutshell. And I just help a lot of people. We have these things called the blue shirts. A couple people made them. We all wear them whenever we go to an event. We hit legislators. We hit senior centers. We're nonstop.
That's great, and I'm going to give you a chance to talk more about what you're doing now in your organization. But let's bring in Cynthia Mifsud, who was recommended to me by my friend Lisa Belanger, who has had her own experiences with this injustice system as an attorney, and I think she's fighting to keep practicing law. But she's run into kind of the similar situation. Cynthia has, and again, I'm sorry, I don't have your case is a little bit complicated, but it sounds very similar to, I don't know if you know, I think you must know Lisa, she knew of you, to what Lisa went through, because it was the same kind of thing with her father, and just very, very sad. So Cynthia, welcome to the show, and thanks for getting Jody and Ted, who will bring on next. Thanks for bringing them as well, just to highlight that there's so many people out here who are going through these kinds of situations, and they don't seem to have anybody to help them. So, welcome to the show, Cynthia. Tell your story, how you began down this road.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, and I do know Lisa. She's amazing. So my parents, they were both getting dementia. And I moved them into my home, and we created what we called like a little grand pad in my home for them. And everything was fine. They settled in. My father was only alive about 6 months here, and he passed away. And then it was just my mom, and she remained here with me. And all the family visited, and everyone was able to, continue to see my mom as they wanted to. Well, then bring on the pandemic, and me and my sister got into a little tiff where I finally told her off about she didn't want to ever help me. And I was overwhelmed I had a son that was sick, and I was just overwhelmed and asked her for her help. And that was the end of it. Nobody tells her off, apparently, or no one, puts her in her place. And she didn't speak to me again. Well, fast forward to May 1st, 2021, my niece took my mother on the guise of going to a birthday party and then would not return her. And I demanded she get home. I called Adult Protective Services, who sent me out to her house with the police, told me to go with the police with my power of attorney. I did all of that. The police went in the house and said she had a new attorney and over mine because it was written after mine. Well, mine was written when my parents were of sound mind in 2013.
Cynthia, I think we lost it for a second. So she had a new power of attorney drawn up. The granddaughter did.
Yes.
Okay.
And she had a revocation drawn up of my power of attorney, and she had my mom with dementia sign it. And the police said there's nothing they can do. It's a civil matter. And me and my brother were just sitting there with our mouths open, like, you've got to be kidding me. So then I said, well, we need to get to the bank because she's going to go to the bank and try to get all her money out. So we rushed over to the bank, and lo and behold, while we're in there with the manager explaining what's going on, she pulls through the drive-through with my mom and hands them the revocation document and a new power of attorney. And the bank manager is the one that brought it to my attention that my niece created it and notarized it, which is illegal. And then illegal, obviously, to have my mom sign it. And he told her, you're not going to get anything out of this. He told me he's sending it up to the fraud department. Well, then I called my mom's attorney who, drafted up the original will and made me power of attorney, all that. And I said, what am I going to do? What do I do? And he said, well, you need to file for guardianship. Had I known what I know now, I never would have filed guardianship because it's brought me to the belly of the beast. I mean, there's absolutely nothing lawful about this whole probate court system or guardianship. Absolutely nothing lawful. But long story short, my mom was isolated for 14 months. My niece got restraining orders, which all it was pay a fee and you get it. She tried to have me arrested when I was at the hospital with my son, who had just had a seizure. She was isolated 14 months from me, my two brothers, all of our kids. My son's a police officer. He couldn't see his own grandmother for 14 months. I mean, it was absolutely just crazy. And here I am all these months later, I'm $200,000 in debt with, with legal fees. And I finally see my mom now. She spends the night, but she's still living with my niece, the one that started all this.
Does she have any awareness of what's been going on, or is she just completely out of it as far as,
She doesn't know.
Okay. So they obviously took advantage of it. Now, what kind of, again, I just looking at it, to me, it seems that the core of this, especially with the family being involved, money has to be at the root of it. I don't see any other motive. So are we talking about a lot of money there? Is there a lot of money and it's going to be lost, or has it been lost already?
Well, the court took it. So the court used her to fight me. So they used her and they were able to take my mom's trust. My mom's trust is like $275,000. And they've used for the past 2.5 years, they've been paying themselves from my mom's trust to fight me.
Oh, God, yes, very similar to Lisa's situation. It's just it's so disillusioning. Well, you're gonna have obviously have a chance to elaborate on this. I'm going to get Ted in here. Ted, tell us again about what I understand you're the newest victim, according to Jody. So tell us what your story is and how it compares to the others here.
Well, my story is we had an emergency in our house, and I called 911 because I thought my fiance was having another seizure, and fire department came and everything, and they took her to the hospital. And 5 days later, I'm being told that I cannot visit her. I showed up on Easter Sunday with lilies and a get well card and some clothes for her because she went there in her pajamas. And I had a nurse stop me at the end of the hallway and said that she couldn't have any visitors. So they started playing games with me with that, with the no contact. And then this judge granted a no contact on August 10th of 2022. And I have yet to see my fiance since August of 2022. They've just kept us separated because this guardian knew that I was trying to help her, and the best way for him to get his payday was to keep me separated from her so I couldn't help her. But yet she was calling me constantly, telling me she wanted to come home. She didn't want him to be her guardian. And they just sold the house from underneath us, and they committed her into a nursing home for the rest of her life, basically.
Well, just before you go further, so what the basis of this is she had a seizure, so they're trying to say she's not competent to manage her own affairs anymore. This is what
right. That's what they're saying. Yes.
Wow, that's incredible. And so I guess, would you have more rights maybe if you were married, or maybe not? I don't know, but I guess
yeah, we probably would have. But the way this corruption is, I really am beginning to wonder if it would have helped me if I would have been married.
Yeah, that's
because they were kind of trying to charge me with domestic violence, which never happened, and they did an investigation with the APS agent, which started it all. She went and they had an emergency ex parte hearing, and I wasn't even aware of it. And she was making allegations about me that day, and I wasn't even there to defend myself. And then it just snowballed from there is what happened.
Gee, so you have APS. It sounds very similar to CPS. We've had obviously shows devoted to the abuses of child protective services. They're too well known.
Right.
So yours is a little bit different. So basically, the house belonged to you and her jointly. Who owned the house, and they just took it?
Well, she owned the house.
Okay.
And I lived there. We bought the house. She got the house for $62,000. It was a foreclosed home, and it needed a lot of work. And I did that work and made that house make it what it's worth today. They sold it for $199,900. So this guardian profited from it, and I got evicted, and I didn't get a dime. Not that I wanted any money. I just want things to be done right in our courts.
But what about
these judges are not running their courtrooms legally. I've been denied my due process. I've tried to provide evidence to this judge numerous amount of times, and she doesn't want to see any evidence. She hasn't even asked the guardian for any evidence to back up his allegations.
So, well, we have these guardians, and I believe it's in Cynthia's case as well. There's a guardian involved as well, too. That so the house is sold for 199,000. So they make it, making over $100,000 profit after whatever you paid to put it. But somebody's making it, and so she doesn't get any of it either. The guardian gets how the guardian gets the
Well,
profits from the sale of the home.
the judge approved him $43,000 for his fiduciary fees for 1 year.
Yeah. Wow.
But he's calling me a gigolo. I mean, who's the gigolo here? Who's and it got published in their local newspaper.
And how was the? I'm going to guess because I know, one thing we write about is how bad the media is, and that it's if we had a free press, a lot of these things couldn't be happening because they'd focus on it. I'm guessing the local media wasn't sympathetic to you. They never are.
No, they weren't.
No,
and I even complained to the reporter that reported that slander, and I asked him, "Did you do any investigation on what this man was telling you?" He says, "I don't have them resources." And I said, "Well, maybe you shouldn't have published that in your paper then."
Yeah, you think? Because I mean, all it would take. Let's be honest. In each of these cases, all it would take would be local television, especially, is to have a television, one of those smiling, cute, young female reporters looking all concerned at the camera and talking about what was happening to these families, and overtly taking the side that they should take here, the people that are victims, that are being victimized by the system, and that's the kind of thing that could reform this, but they're not.
I know. From the very beginning here, I tried to get our local stations to report on this. And none of them even called me to hear my story, much less report on it. But we did get some coverage from another news station that was a little bit up north from where we're at. It wasn't local though, and we need the local stations to report on this stuff so the people around here can see what's going on.
Sure. Well, that's it. So Jody, you were motivated by your situation, and now you have a felony on your record, which is ridiculous.
Well, the good news though is I'm not Heather Catella, which is our WXYZ news. She's that pretty blonde that you said that has tried to expose the nonsense, but we just feel sometimes that they're in cahoots. Someone's got their mouth telling them that they can't speak. So with Ted's case, this is kind of funny. When I first met Ted, I was introduced to him because he called this national advocacy group. And if it's a Michigan case, I get the phone call. And within Ted, 6 hours, I had a movie made about you because I can do the videos. Well, yeah. We ended up making this video, and I was able to even put some of the voice messages because I didn't know Ted. I don't know the story, but when you hear the voice messages of Judy going, "Teddy, get me home, get me out of here. I want to go back home, pay my taxes. What's going on?" I mean, 63 videos, voice messages that I heard. And this is after Ted was in jail for he went to jail twice. So I just meet this guy. Okay, he's going to jail. He's got a girlfriend crying at the blues. What bothered me about the whole case was the real estate, because I'm a realtor for 40 years. And I'm thinking, how the heck is this guy being able to sell these people's home? Because when there's any litigation going on, the title company should
Plus, I had the lien on the house, too.
Right, because Ted did put the $40,000 claim for his sweat equity. But even without that, even the fact that there is a contested hearing, there should not have been a closing on this property because we can't get Ted and Judy's house back. So no matter what, and Ted and Judy had a joint bank account. Both of them worked or got money. They both put it in the joint bank account every month. So, and Gillison, the guardian, didn't want to see it, didn't want to hear it. He was making all these allegations about Ted. So I'm interviewing him and we're doing the recording for him. And all of a sudden the Gillison subpoenas me to go to court for Ted. And, I'm like this with the paperwork, let me talk. Cause he wouldn't let me talk. And this was the problem. I had all this evidence that I took, I don't know, maybe 20 days because I would hear Ted's story and I'd say, "Hey Ted, give me, you sure give me your bank statements, get me your social security, show me the voice messages from Judy." So within, 30 days, I had Ted's story pretty much well documented, unlike Gillison and Judge Harrison. And that was the other problem that I'm seeing. First of all, why are you selling their home? And why are you not looking at this evidence and asking more questions?
Yeah.
And then I want to flip real quick to Cindy's, because hers was even just as crazy. when I met her, we called the PNC Bank and they were playing games with us. They would not take our phone calls. Finally, we were able to get the PNC. They gave the money back to Cindy in $192,000 in the form of a check, and basically said to Cindy, "Sorry that it's fraud, but we're really not going to investigate it." We're like, "Why are you giving the money back?" And then Cindy goes to court the next week, and the judge mandates her to hand over the $192,000 to this guardianship in Wayne County. And my family, we've lost $1.8 million. I've lost my good name. My father-in-law is dead. So, like I said, to me, I don't care if it's, 199 for Ted, 192 for, Cindy's mom, or 1.8 million for my husband's family. It's the process that they're doing this to all of us.
Yeah.
And all of us are over the age of 50 in this hearing, right? What we're doing right now. None of us grew up with this kind of madness. Can I have an amen to that?
Yeah.
Amen.
No, there's no question about it. And I'm not. I guess I shouldn't be stumped because it shouldn't make you feel better, but to understand how big this problem is, and Chris Graves I see in the chat room. He's one that's been urging me to write a book about the criminal justice system, how bad it is. Because you mentioned a jury found you guilty. That doesn't surprise me at all. And I'm doing. I don't know if I'll do it because I have other projects, but I watch these investigation discovery shows and things like that just to see how often the system gets it wrong. And it's pretty much all the time. I mean, 99% of the time, because juries, they have convicted people and thrown them away for life on the most ridiculous, the recanted testimony of one, jailbird that flipped evidence and then took it back, and they sent somebody away for life. The juries rubber stamp everything, except on the rare occasion they'll get a case where they got the guy dead to rights and they'll let him go. So they make the wrong decision all the time. So it does. So, I mean, you're part of the, unfortunately, you're like at the bottom level. I mean, you're not getting sent away for life, but these are disrupting your lives and they're taking your money. Lisa, I don't know. I don't see her in the chat room. Hopefully she'll jump in the chat room. And she's, her father's, estate basically was frittered away and taken away the same kind of way. So this is awful what they're doing. In Ted's case, they took somebody's home. And is Ted, can they, because I don't know, how old your girlfriend must not be that old. How old is she?
She just turned 59 in August.
Yeah. So, I mean, so what are they, can she get like a professional evaluation to show that she is competent? I mean, can she
that's where the courts didn't allow that either. When I had an attorney early on, we asked for her to get another opinion, and the judge and the guardian denied her to see another doctor. She even had made an appointment once to go see her own doctor. And by coincidence, the night before that appointment, she ends up back at the psycho ward in the hospital because I said she was having behavioral problems. That was nothing but a lie to make sure she did not make it to that doctor's appointment.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
And then she spent 7 weeks in that psycho ward at the hospital. 7 weeks.
Yeah, and once you get in that
and
system,
she's calling me every day. They took the phone away from her because they didn't want her to call me. She stole the phone from another room so she could call me. And then when I picked up her stuff a couple months after, the hospital called me and said she had left some stuff there. So I went and picked it up, and the phone was in the bag. The phone that she stole to call me on.
Unbelievable. Cynthia, you're listening to these other stories. Again, I want you, and you're the first one I contact. You're the one that knows Lisa. So so you met Jody through, she decided to come in and try to help you?
Yes. Well, Jody's an advocate in Michigan that helps pretty much everybody.
Are you, so all three of you are in Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's people, obviously Lisa's not in Michigan. There's people across the country that we know.
Yes.
I did want to mention something else. Even after they've taken all the money out of my mom's trust and they've taken my mom and done all this, then you're even crucified more in court. My mom, the judge ordered me to give an accounting of the money that I used on behalf of my mom. Well, when I sold my mom's house, I deposited the check into my mom's trust. Well, the judge is saying that I didn't give enough evidence that I deposited it. I gave him the canceled check, the deposit slip, and copy of the bank statement showing the money there. And he's ordered me to give my mom's trust that money because they know they're just continue to liquidate it. And my only recourse, I told somebody from the Attorney General's office, and he said, "Oh, you got to file an appeal." Okay, that's another $10,000 to $20,000 minimum.
Well, the granddaughter that's involved here is the daughter of the sister who you haven't spoken to, I'm assuming. So that's, I guess, a family thing. So was the granddaughter? Did you have a good relationship with her before? Did your mother have a good relationship with her before?
Well, for years, I did. I mean, she always thought of me as her mother, she said. And, but, you know, the whole family's had problems with her whole life. You know, she's fought with everyone. She fought with my mom and dad, and she'd keep her kids away from it, you know, from her mom and dad, from my mom and dad, from me. You know, that was everyone's punishment. So it was nothing for her to keep my mom from me. And then the court sanctions it. You know, and this guardian ad litem, who's supposed to be the eyes and ears of the courtroom, refused to speak to me or my brothers or come see my house where my mom was living. So, you know, she's going in there with all these ridiculous accusations about me and never even met me. I don't even know this woman.
These are just so many awful judges. It's incredible. But so what? And the big question here in all three of you cases, but Cynthia, starting with you, how is your? 'Cause it seems like so much. We look at back at the old Perry Mason show, and we see OJ's Dream Team and things like that. We know there must be lawyers like that out there, but it doesn't seem to play. You know, the January 6th defendants don't seem to have any kind of legal representation. Trump's team keeps losing in court. What kind of lawyers have you hired, and have you been able to hire any? And have they done anything for you whatsoever? Can they get anywhere with the system?
Like I said, I have $200,000 in legal fees. I've had 6 attorneys, and I've gotten nowhere. In fact, the judge, when they would fight for me, the judge threatened them with sanctions. The judge threatened me with arrest, sanctions, fines. I was told to bring my toothbrush 2 weeks before Christmas. My daughter was pregnant, crying to me, "Mom, you know, just let him have her. You know, give him. What are you going to do? You know, she's crying." It was just awful.
Oh, that's.
You know,
I just want. And I just wondering how. I'll ask all three of you, starting with you, Jody. How before this happened, my people that listen to me and read me know my history. I've been a radical since my entire life, pretty much. I might have been the first awake person in America, so I've always been awake. I've understood how bad the system is for a long time for various reasons. I don't trust anybody. I think it's rotten to the core from top to bottom. And your situations like yours prove that it's rotten at every level, because otherwise, in these cases, it seems so obvious to the layperson. I'm a community college dropout. I don't have a law degree, but it's pretty easy to see what's going on in these cases, that there's a lot of greed going on. There's family members, whatever, maybe trying to get money. And but the system seems incapable of figuring out who's in the right and who's in the wrong. And they seem to always reward the people that are in the wrong. But Jody, starting with you, what were you once a normal, well-rounded person who accepted things as they are and believed in the system, and now you're consorting with the likes of me, professional thought criminals?
Well, what I thought was really kind of cool was I'm a Republican, and I became a precinct delegate and got elevated right away to state committee woman. And so this was like in 2014 to 2016. So I had no knowledge about politics at all. This is what the problem is. It's a political game, because even when so I ended up becoming a state committee woman. I was asked to run for state rep in 2018. So while I was a state candidate that won my primary is when the officer hit me from behind and threw me down to the ground. So I thought, and by the way, I'm a twin. I have an older brother. I guess I didn't really think much of being slugged to the ground. And I know that sounds stupid, but I'm still like in awe of that happening. But I immediately went to my Republican friends, because I was kind of up there with all these. I knew the AG, Bill Schuette, at the time, and all this. And so I guess I was just really shocked, because I thought I was going to get favor. I hate to say it. I'm thinking, okay, well, help us out. Again, assuming I was the only family that this was happening to.
Mhm.
So when that didn't happen, but I one of the other precinct delegates actually wrote to 4 of the judges when I put all my photos of my bruises online, and the courts did not like that. I think that's why they put a warrant out for my arrest, and then had to find something to to put me into a felony zone. And these 4 judges didn't do anything. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, first of all, I'm a woman. Secondly, I'm with the Republican Party. Third, you 4 are all a bunch of Republican judges. So again, I'm still a little clueless about all this. And then last week, both Cynthia and a group of us, we all went up to the legislative committee meeting, and they see me walking in, and one of the senators says, I just said to him again, he wants us to do all the work for him. He's a senator. He wants to have us rewrite these guardian bills that they're creating, rewrite the amendments that they're creating. And I looked at him. I'm like, look, I want the judges to be held accountable, and it's their job to do it. And then there's that finger pointing again, and they don't like when I do that because I'm calling them out for their delegated authority as public functionaries to get the job done. It's their role to do it. Start acting like it. So it's been really frustrating as far as I'm concerned, because I wanted to be a state rep in 18. I did not win. I went off to become a felon instead. I then tried again as a state senator last year in 2022. I didn't do well at all, but it's the same topic that I've been fighting. The good news though is this year, in the last maybe 3 months, what I've been asking for is finally happening in the judiciary legislation. But we have to. We're all fighting again. Ted's writing letters. Cynthia's writing. Dolly. We have so many people writing letters, helping us. But we're now spending our weeks going up to Lansing, which is like an hour to 2 hour drive. It's a 6 to 8 hour day. And then Senator Runstead wants Cindy and I to rewrite the documents for him. We would like him to do his job. He's got the authority to do it out of the state constitution.
So the local media is no help. Obviously, you can't get any politician to help you, and that's the story in all these cases. You can't get anybody. Ted, what was before this nightmare began with your fiance and losing a home and all that? What were your politics like? Were you kind of just an average guy, or were you already awake to some of the corruption?
No, I was already awake. I've been awake for years now, and I just didn't realize how deep this is until I got sucked into it.
Yeah.
And hearing everybody else's stories, it's just amazing, how many people this is happening to, and it just needs to stop.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It does need to stop, but yeah, it's, as you can say, by each of your battles, how hard it is, because you can't. Everything is so corrupt. You can't get the local law enforcement. They're in on it. You can't get the cops, the sheriff's office, anything.
No, that's what we dropped off. We dropped off a big thumb drive of evidence to the sheriffs, and they called me back and said they were closing the case. There was no, they didn't see any crime. And then I said, "What do you mean you're closing the case? You didn't look at my videos to see how I was treated." And he hung up on me. That's the respect I get from our local sheriff's office here in Macomb County.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. That's you have that, and you have adult protective services. In your case, is corrupt to the core. Child protective services is probably even more corrupt, because they've been tied to child sex trafficking and things. They I don't know if you know about the woman in Georgia. I think Beverly Schaefer was her name. Her and her husband were probably killed because they were publicly criticizing child protective services. They supposedly killed, they had a double murder suicide or some nonsense. They were an elderly couple. It was ridiculous. But so unfortunately, this is they play for keeps here. Cynthia, how about you? What were your politics like before you ended up communicating with the likes of Lisa Belanger and me?
I trusted my government. I was blind as a bat and had no clue. I trusted them. My son had just became a police officer a few years before that.
Yeah.
Good family, married, we had our own business for years. And as soon as I had a problem, I called the attorney, I'll help, something's going on. And then he's like, "Oh, you got to file for guardianship." And I didn't think twice. I trusted that, the process would work. My mom went to them to get her escape plan, my mom and dad, to protect themselves from something like this. And he took their money, drew up the documents that should have protected them, and they weren't worth the paper they were written on.
Now, well, you said your son is a cop. How has this affected him? Has anybody tried to retaliate against him, or is maybe he doesn't agree with what you're doing?
No, he agrees with what I'm doing, and he comes and he's here all the time to see my mom and stuff, but he doesn't get involved a lot he has court watched and he has been there as a witness and stuff, but he doesn't get real pushy with the whole thing because he's afraid for himself, and I don't push him to, because he's got a family, and I don't want him retaliated against. I know what happened to Jody. I know how I was threatened. Here I am, a Gigi with grandkids, in there protecting my mom, and they're going to arrest me. I've never been arrested in my life. I was in the PTA. I was, in all these groups at my church, had 3 kids, grandkids, and here I am. We're going to arrest you. I mean, blew my mind. Like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah. Well, I want, and I'll ask the others too, but what we find in a lot of these cases is that whistleblowers, maybe not exactly like yours, but certainly 9/11 whistleblowers and things like that, when they almost always have their families fall apart to some degree. There's just some disruption there. Sounds like your son's sticking by. Obviously the granddaughter, I guess your niece, that she's at the heart of this. So obviously she's not. How is the rest of your family been supportive of you?
Very supportive. My brothers are both very supportive of me. My brother has been pro se the whole time. So he was always trying to file in, conjunction with the attorneys that I was throwing my money away to. And then, but my husband's been very supportive, my daughter, my other son, everybody's been great.
Well, that's great. I got to tell you, you're unusual in that regard, I think, but maybe not. I don't know, Jody, how about you? What about your family?
Well, I was going to say, and I think this is the key, because, again, when I was at my jury trial, I had my church, all my family, when they said guilty, and I was on a bond, and they still made me get up in front of my whole group of family and go off and go to jail for the 33 days. They never told me how long I was going to be in it. But what I think the difference is I think we're trying to work together as advocates and victims, and we all know each other. Like, we have a rally coming up this Monday, and we're all going to try to be there. And again, there's always the one person in each family that might be the most boldest, which is Cindy and her family, and me and my family. And Ted doesn't have a huge family, but we're being bold. We're trying to be respectful. We're trying to be factual. We're looking up the statutes and the Constitution. We found out that the probate court in Michigan and it says organized in 1978, and that the probate court judges were granted their authority to be a probate judge in 1978 in this organized system. So now that I just found this little tidbit, I find that kind of funny, because in 1978, I was maybe 15 years old. So I'm thinking there must have been, a reason for this probate court. Well, this week we have the Attorney General. She's doing her little walk around all the legislators, and she's making all her little commentaries. And she's saying that in the last, 40 years, there's been 3 elder abuse task forces. So I'm sitting there thinking to myself, okay, if we've only been around since 1978, and there's been 3 elder abuse task forces because of probate court, why hasn't anybody done anything? And so when you really start to do the timeline, and we're all working together on this as a group, I think that's what's starting to glue us together. We have the facts on our side, and we just have to keep our cool, and which we try. But there's some days we even yell at each other, because it's so stressful.
Sure.
And we try not to take it out on our loved ones. And but our loved ones, would they like my husband's already closed the door. He's like, now what are you doing, Jody? So again, they love us, but I think that they're proud of us, but they know no one else is really doing it. So one person in each family has to be the bold one. Cindy, don't you agree?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
So basically,
take it. I'm not a quitter.
Well, that's good. So
Me neither.
Jody, you've been fortunate too. Ted, you don't have a big family, they say, but how have people close to you reacting to what you're going through? Are they supportive?
Ted.
They're just in awe about what's happening, and none of them can believe what has been happening to me and Judy. It's just we got a lot of close friends and neighbors, and they just can't believe it.
Well, what about Judy's family? Does she have an extended family that is supportive of her, or does she have?
Well, Judy's family basically didn't give a damn about her. That's why this guy got court appointed to be her guardian.
Yeah.
So none of them wanted to be her guardian, and I wanted to be, but this guy slandered me in court to make me out to be a bad guy, so she couldn't come back home, so he could take her house and make his paycheck.
Yeah, boy, that's just
And Ted and Judy have been lifelong friends. They've known each other for what, 56 years, you said, Ted?
Since the first grade. Since the first grade.
And that's the thing. The sister and the two kids, they knew. I mean, that was what was shocking in Ted's case, that they helped put her sister in this. So there's the things like the niece. Cindy's got a niece. Ted's got a son and a daughter, and then I have a brother-in-law. We never anticipated our family members to get along with these corrupt attorneys, and the corrupt attorneys love these nefarious family members.
Yeah, well, and normally they, I get your situations are kind of unique, and then most often I can't tell you how many marriages break up over this stuff, and kids are. I mean, I've talked to people just they're so sad. I mean that their marriage breaks up, their kids don't talk to them anymore. And it's obviously because you're putting yourself out there. Maybe they think, as you said, if you guys weren't doing it, nobody else in the family would. So they look at it, you're the one that's causing trouble. So maybe this is an issue with you. But I'm wondering if all three of you have employers. How has that gone there? Have your employers been supportive? Have they tried to retaliate to you too, Jody?
My attorneys didn't do anything for me. I didn't spend as much as Cindy did, but they didn't do anything for me. They just bought me a little extra time before I got illegally evicted out of the house. Basically, that's the only thing I got out of my lawyers.
But do you have an employer though? Do you work for anybody? Has your work been supportive or any? Have they tried to retaliate?
Yes,
to you?
they've been very supportive of me. Actually, when I went off to jail the last time for 90 days. They told me that I would have my job when I got out because they know what I'm dealing with, and
that's great.
And I got my job back, so I am working.
Well, that's unusual too. Jody, you were going to say something.
Well, and I'm a real estate agent, so a broker. So
I have my license too. You're a fellow realtor. Good to meet you.
Right. Well, no, and the good thing about that is, I know a lot of people, and I think that's the other thing that when I started going to the probate court, which my husband did get annoyed with me because he said I was like butting into all these other people's cases, but I would sit in the courtroom as a court watcher and I'd hear something and I'd run up to the person afterwards. I'm like, what are you doing here? Because I couldn't understand this corrupt system. And then they would tell me a story and then I'd go from person to person. And I do kind of feel that they did not know I was Jeff's wife. They just knew I was this woman that would come in with a pad of paper, and the officers used to stand right behind me and like look over to see what I was writing. And then I would storm into the probate counter and get on the computer and look up stuff and make phone calls. I'm like, hey, do you know this attorney? What's your story? And people would talk to me. So that's kind of how I got my wisdom of what was going on. And my husband kind of felt like the sheriff took me down mainly because he said that they seen I was just being this really nosy person. And then I would go on Facebook and emails and tell everybody, and they just didn't like that. Who is this Jody White? And unfortunately, I'm a felon now, but I don't regret a thing I ever did. And I just wish, well, I have no wishes. I wish this just didn't happen to all these people. And I wish that these attorneys that went to I meant law school. If they went to their education and did the job right. Another thing I want to point out in the Michigan laws in 1972, there's the Business Corporation Act. And that's where it specifically says attorneys at law are supposed to be serving the general public. And they're not. They're serving their own best interest in their own pocketbooks. And just one more thing about Cindy's, because I know everybody's cases that I think is really important. She not only has attorney fees, but she has CPA fees, county certified public accountants, and attorneys. Neither one of these professionals can help. And so you've got this little 40-hour, I took 40-hour class and I'm a realtor. But I could see what they were doing. The process was off. And it wasn't about, as your wife, we don't make any money until someone's happy. So I could see all these very unhappy people, and yet they kept doling out cash. So, and one more thing I want to point out to everybody that has hired an attorney, make sure you 1099 them, because we'll probably be able to pay off our debt with all the tax dollars that they should be paying on the legal fees we've all been putting out for the last 2 decades. So I need another amen on that one. 1099.
Ted, there's a question for you on screen there. Why did you go to jail for 90 days?
Because I was held in contempt of court because I broke the no contact order. Because, I mean, what would anybody else do if your loved one is calling you 20 or 30 times a day begging you to help them? Mm-hmm. I couldn't stand there and watch the phone ring no more. I eventually answered it. And like I said, that no contact order should have never been granted because there was no evidence to base it on. Just hearsay.
Cynthia, how about you? Do you have an employer, and how have they responded to this?
Oh, no, I was a babysitter, babysitting for my grandkids. But even through all of this, I have to cancel on short notice. If I find out that there's something happening up in Lansing, that they're going to talk about guardianship, me and Jody head up there to, get on, make sure our voices are heard. And I think we're making a difference. I hope we're making a difference. We're exposing what's happening to us. I was even threatened that I had to shut down my Facebook page because I had a Facebook page from my mom where I was putting everything out there that was happening to us. And I was threatened. If you don't take down that Facebook page, you're going to be arrested.
Who threatened you? Who threatened you? The court?
Judge, yes. And then finally they made a ruling that I have freedom of speech. Well, hello. I mean, it's ridiculous. They do all these things to try to control us so that we fall in line and just let them take our loved one, take the money, and we just sit back quietly and don't do anything. But I'm not going to sit back quietly while my mother, who, that's my mother. You don't take someone's mother. My mother wouldn't have let someone take me, and I'm not letting someone just take my mother.
So your mother is now living in a regular house with your granddaughter? Is that the situation?
In the house with the granddaughter since she took her. She was hospitalized with sepsis within 3 months of being taken and had lost 23 pounds. The hospital recommended she go to rehab. Niece came, picked her up, and took her back. The judge said nothing. Yeah, I filed papers for emergency hearing to get my mom out of there, and I was denied.
Yeah,
they said she was getting tremendous, wonderful care. And then she got sepsis again. She's had sepsis twice.
It's so disillusioning. It's because you can't. I mean, I live in fear, especially being the thought criminal that I have. I've got 9 books published, and I have tons of articles everywhere, and tons of recorded stuff like this where they can get me for anything if they decided to come out, and that's what we're very close to that. And I don't have any confidence walking into a courtroom, any courtroom. That I mean, you just look at what happened to the January 6th people, where these people have been held the due process. They've had no due process. Right. They've been sitting in prison for going on 3 years now, and nobody seems to nobody seems to care about that. So I think if you wonder why you can't get people interested in it, and Jody, it doesn't shock me that you lost when you ran for public office because. It's just, unfortunately, running against a corrupt system doesn't seem to be a winning strategy. I don't know why, but so it's you formed this group, Jody. Tell us about the organization you formed, and I guess that's how you got involved with Cynthia. And tell us what it is you guys do.
So this is what's so cool about it. It's just under God. I don't know why God has picked me to be one of these people, but I because I make videos, I think that's where I kind of got myself known. And like Cynthia, we just put the stuff out on Facebook, but I just call us VIPs, victims in probate. We ended up being in Oakland County. Wayne County needed some help. We shot over to Wayne County, our Oakland County group, and before we knew it, we all had these blue shirts that said "Stop Trafficking" and our elderly and our vulnerable. And so I sent you a couple photos of, everywhere we go, we wear these blue shirts, and we have the signs. And like I said, we have a rally this Monday that we're going to be going to. We try to do, anywhere from, maybe 3 to 6 a year. I've been doing this since 2018. There's a group out there in North Carolina. They did a movie called The Guardian out in Nevada. And there's another book in Florida called Sam Sugar, and it's called The Perfect Crime. So these were like a movie maker in Nevada and a person in North Carolina, and then this book writer in Florida. We all kind of met up in 18. So if anybody needs a problem in Michigan, they'll just call me because they know that I'm not afraid to pick up the phone and call. Like I said, with Ted, I met him, I think at like 2:00, and by 6:15, the video was put out and made. And then all of a sudden his guardianship is sending me a subpoena wanting me, well, since you know so much about Ted. Well, again, I took the time to find it out, unlike you, Mr. Killison.
Mhm.
So this is the part that these guys are fellow professionals like I am. And again, it's morals and ethics and values that are just been denigrated in our society. And I'm not putting up with it. I have 2 kids that are 24 and 26, and they are raised to know that when you go to work, you don't do stuff just because someone next to you tells you to lie, steal, cheat, and kill, which that's what's happening in this probate group of cronies. So I just have zero tolerance for that. And obviously when I go places, I let people know that. So I'm not afraid to speak up and speak out. And I run a little faster. One story with Ted's case, I'll court watch for people, and we were in with Ted, and all of a sudden the judge disappeared. And I had this was like about a month ago, 9/11, actually.
Mhm.
My heart sunk. And I really, I don't want to go back to jail. And so, Ted went back into court, and I told Cindy, I'm like, Cindy, grab my stuff. I can't go in there. And I ran down the stairs, down the elevator, across the street, hiding behind this wall because I thought the judge was calling the sheriffs on me again. And so I'm texting Cynthia and my husband. We had all the court watchers. My husband was there, and they're like, Jody, where are you? I'm like, I'm hiding. I feel like a fool because they have kind of ruined my.
So the judge calls the sheriffs or the cops on you?
Ted, tell your story. What happened with you? They just came in, manhandled him.
Oh yeah, they just when she said I was in contempt, the bailiff just come over and grabbed me, manhandled me, and handcuffed me and took me right out the back door.
Yep. It's scary. So I don't know. To me, that was like a month ago. So I mean, I have a lot of hoopla, is that the right word? And boldness. But boy, when there was that 1 second that I thought I could be harmed, I left Ted high and dry, and I feel bad about it. But luckily Cindy and my husband were in the courtroom texting me, telling me what was going on, and that basically it got adjourned. But we didn't know where the judge went. And that's what the judge does. They go in, they make that phone call, and they bring in the bailiffs. And before you know it, there's like four sheriffs in the courtroom, and you're like looking around going, what's going on? And sure enough, I've watched my citizens that I've tried to help go off to jail. And one of them was Ted. And Cindy just needed to bring her toothbrush, but she didn't go anywhere. Thank God.
What about I was court watching for Jody's case, and they had the guardian. Oh no, it wasn't guardians. The public administrator and his attorney come in, and all of a sudden it was like a little charade game they were playing. He comes and he gives the judge a note, and then the judge dramatically stands up and said, I've been informed that someone is videotaping in my courtroom. And then he goes to the guy, the attorney, he said, who is doing this? And he dramatically points to Jody, and he says, call in the sheriffs. And all these sheriffs come in and take Jody and her husband away. Right,
well, luckily we didn't go to jail that day. But then one last one too, because Cindy had a hearing, and I was trying to object because it was a real estate thing. And I was trying to object. Well, Krista Boots, another advocate of ours, she said the word corruption. Well, the judge thought I was the one that said corruption. So he goes, who said that? And he goes, and basically within 3 minutes, Jody White, you're in contempt of court. I will be having the sheriffs come to your house. And this was what, about 2 months ago, right, Cindy? So my husband goes and bars the front door. And it is, like you said, it's very scary. We don't know what kind of world we're in. It's not even like Nazi Germany. This is like really good people against people that like think that they can just steal from us. And we're all educated in the same manner. So that's what I don't understand is what makes them think that their education is better than our education.
Well, and the contempt of court thing, it's very, and nobody questions it. I've mentioned it many times, but contempt of court basically is that if you object to criticize anything about the judge or the proceedings, so it really works to stifle any kind of dissent in the courtroom because you're terrified a sheriff's going to come and get you and take you away. I mean, these are, I don't know why Americans can sit there and talk about freedom. And you find yourself inside a courtroom. And I remember just a long time ago, just on a very small matter, I had to go to court with my brother who was trying to put a restraining order on this lunatic roommate he had. And so I went there and sat with him. And of course, the first thing, and I'm sure you've seen plenty of this, is that the judge is late getting there. So everybody's waiting. And when he finally comes in, everybody rises like you're in Catholic church and it's a priest, the lordly guy comes in and you must rise, Your Honor, rise. And so then he's there for maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe at the most. And then he just leaves. And so I'm sitting, because I've devoted a day away from work there. And I'm sitting there, what the hell's going on here? And so I waited. And of course, nobody else is questioning anything, but I question everything. So I walked over to the armed cop, which is a probably pretty stupid move of mine. Now he'd probably shoot me. And I just asked him, I said, where's the judge? And he goes, he's on break. I said, he's on break? I said, he was late getting here and he was only here for like 10 minutes. And he goes, and he tapped his gun and said, sit down. So now he would have shot me. There's no question that nowadays, because that was probably 20 years ago or so. Things weren't quite as bad. So that's the way it is. I mean, the system is so bad, even in small cases like that. I can only imagine. And we have Lisa. There's Lisa Belanger who's in the. You can say judges flip out when they hear the word corruption. Yeah, that's sure. It's the C word to them. I used the word cabal, and Judge Phelan said, "Did you just say the word cabal?" And then proceeds to spell it out, CABAL.
Well, Ted, what didn't the sheriff came up to you? Tell him what happened. Because they like to trigger you also, so that we get our blood rising. But Ted, what did the sheriff say to you when Gillison gave you that paperwork?
Oh, he took me out in the little vestibule there, and he says, "Hey," he goes, "I don't want to have to arrest you again today. Just do me a favor and don't pop off at the judge. Fair enough?"
And were you
when he says pop off at the judge, what exactly did you do?
Oh, I just told her that I basically told her it's a bunch of crap what you're doing. And she didn't like me telling her that.
No, they don't like that.
No.
They don't like you pointing out that they're doing anything and that's the thing, is that they can railroad you. They go through all these things, and you better not protest. Otherwise,
that's what they did. They railroaded me. I mean, pretty bad when you got a whole desk of evidence and these lawyers show up with one little folder of paper, and I got all this evidence laid out in front of me, and the judge don't want to look at none of it. Yeah, she denied me to provide evidence throughout the whole case.
Well, and two more things I want to bring out about Ted's case. One was that Gillison got to speak out of his behind. He had no proofs to the things that he was saying about Ted. So I'm sitting there, of course, in the chair, and I'm getting mad, and I was just so mad. But again, don't want to go off to jail. But this is the thing: why is he allowed to commit perjury? That to me is really huge. And then this is the other very scary thing about with Ted, because I'm a real estate agent. I noticed, because we all know you have that 21 day to fight an argument. Like if you go to court and something happens, you have 21 days to dispute. Well, once I started doing a timeline for Ted, I realized, okay, wait a minute. They give him a no contact order, which they know that Ted's probably going to break. And then they end up getting Ted mad. And Ted, what'd you say? Like bullshit or some swear word.
Yeah, I said this is bullshit.
Yeah, so it went from like 7 days to 14 days to 21 days. During those 21 days, which basically they accused Ted of lying, but Ted wasn't lying. And then he swore, and I forgot what the other thing that got you another 7 days. But I started looking at the timeline. Well, that was the time that they were evicting Ted. Now he's in jail, mind you. So he can't do his 21-day objection. He's getting his property thrown into a dumpster. The property's being rekeyed. And the realtor's coming in and getting ready to list it. So now fast forward 3 more months. All of a sudden it's February. Now I've met Ted, and all of a sudden he goes to jail that day. Well, you'll never guess what happened. They sold the house. And so we didn't find out about that until that day, basically. So now, and by this time I'm trying to help Ted, but I'm not a lawyer. But all I do know is like, we've got to write these 21-day objection type things, reconsiderations. But that's what they do. They know what they're doing so that Ted, if he's in jail, he's frazzled. He's not really thinking straight. He gets out of jail. He got out of jail after the 90 days, which he had to do 75 of those days. His dog died, his car phone died, and his car died. And then he was lucky enough to at least, all his friends were calling him because I had his cell phone. He had a very big support group. He had his job waiting for him. That's why I kind of knew he was a good guy. Because again, I didn't know who he was. But when I had his cell phone, I looked at his phone. Everything's like, wow, Judy loves this guy. And he doesn't have any other girls. I mean, again, Gillison did none of that. Yet he's the professional gigolo because Gillison said so.
Now, Gillison is the guardian here?
Yes.
The guardian. Okay. Yeah. So, again, this is just so hard to believe, and as a realtor, I really take that personally about just basically stealing the house from her. But so is she, as you said, they're misrepresenting her not being competent.
Yeah.
So what did she object? I mean, she must have been incensed when they stole her house from her. I mean, this is probably, I'm guessing, in most people's net worth, pretty much.
Okay, so let me give you another thing. So, and this is what we asked the sheriffs to do, which is what I did. You go to the courthouse, you cannot get your video. So when I first met Ted, I'm like, okay, first of all, how did this even happen? So there's 10 videos. The first video was like, I don't know, 6 minutes. The second one was about 8 minutes. Those are the 2 hearings where they were able to take Judy and turn her from a citizen into a ward. Ted was not there. They were talking about Ted, didn't think nothing of it. But because I was watching all 10 at the same time, then all of a sudden it's August 10th. He's kind of getting in this. He has an attorney. The attorney's not working too hard for him, in my opinion. And he ends up getting this no contact order. And I'm thinking, okay, wait a minute. There was no evidence presented. Why would he have a no contact? But I hear say no contact order. So now all of a sudden, now it's November. They're trying to take the house. By February, they've taken the house. And then he's gone off to jail. So this is the thing. If you could watch the 4 hours of video, which was over a year period, you would see the crap that's going on with Ted in this court system. And so what happened last week, this is the beauty of this whole thing. Judge Harrison, which is his judge, was in Lansing last week. And she actually seen all of us there. I know she was not happy to see us there. And she basically told the senator, she says, I do nothing wrong. You're welcome to come into our courtroom. So Ted and I, what our next objection is, we're going to ask the senators to just watch 4 hours of video and watch what happened to Ted and Judy, because Judy, she did say on the courtroom, I only said those things about Teddy because he doesn't want me to drink. And then she says, I do want my house. I want to live there. And she did say this too. I don't want Ted to be my guardian because no woman wants some man to be their guardian. She was of sound mind. You could hear her wishes. She was telling her wishes very clearly. The social worker would whisper in her ear and then she would change her mind. That's called undue influence. So we're watching this in this 4 hours of video. And I'm like, there is so much wrong with this probate file. But yeah. Ted, he's fighting, but it's hard. It's time consuming. It's expensive. He doesn't, he's got a few advocates helping him, but at the end of the day, we can't do anything. We need the legislators and the judges and the cops and the sheriffs to do something. So all you cops out there, we could use your help.
They use drugs
Oh,
too.
tell them about the judge. They even gonna buy that caseworker lunch
Oh,
because she's working so well for them.
yep. They admitted that on the court record. So that's again, what's that? That's racketeering. I mean, I'm not even a lawyer, and I can false pretenses, racketeering, perjury. I learned all this stuff by watching Perry Mason.
Right,
So,
right.
are we not in Perry Mason days anymore?
If there were attorneys like Perry Mason, I'm convinced that I don't know if there's ever been an attorney like that, but it's a shame because it's most people don't realize how what is it, the average. You guys at least I didn't have public defenders, but the average, and I wrote about this in Hidden History that the average criminals, street criminals especially, is poor. They can't afford an attorney, so they almost always get a public defender, and I think they spend less than 5 minutes with them.
Oh,
Total with their
Judy.
client.
Judy had her own attorney. And guess what? After the court hearing, we walked out there and I said to her, I'm like, ma'am, we're not, they took Gillison into the room because they were scared of us 15 court watchers and they thought we were going to do something to them. But I walked up to the Pam Kroll, that's her name, and that's Judy's attorney. And I said to her, I said, ma'am, please, I'm a civil mediator now also. I said, how come you didn't bring Ted and Judy together? You heard what she was saying. And she was, well, Judy did say that she loves Ted, but she's still afraid of him. I'm like, well, do you have that on video? Did you have like Ted and Judy together so that they could talk about it? Because I really do think that the lawyer's lying. But she didn't say anything in that courtroom that could have been positive, that could have helped Ted. And so, I keep kind of doing the emails and sending out stuff, but it's the lack of morals and ethics of this profession of attorneys. There's about 43,000 of them in Michigan. And if you are affiliated with probate, you're making a bank. And if you're not affiliated with probate, you get the heck out of there and you tell your client, I'm sorry, I'd like to withdraw because I don't want to be sanctioned. So that's what we're seeing. It's a pattern of behavior and it's sickening. So.
No, it definitely is. And so the bottom line, even no matter what happened in that case between, even if it was a case where maybe Judy has problems, maybe, and there's some kind of problems in the relationship, friction, maybe she can't make up her mind. There's a theft of a house there. That's what I don't understand. They took her property. And I just don't understand how they can do that and then award it. I mean, I guess they've established she needs a guardian, but I don't know why she can't fight that she needs a guardian. You're saying that the courtroom won't allow any. I just find that mind-boggling. They wouldn't allow any other professional opinion and to say no, she's competent, she can, and you sold her house because that's what I would be trying to do. But
there was no appraisal. The house sold in 3 days, and bottom line, what happened was. They had to do all of this while Ted was in jail so that they could make their $43,000 because we didn't get their list of invoices until August of this year. So we didn't realize how much work he's done. And the secretary that was doing the invoicing for Gillison wrote down everything, wrote down that Judy wouldn't get into the ambulance. And Ted said, Judy didn't want to get in the ambulance because she wanted to come home. She didn't want to go off to this nursing home. And then it said, Judy fell, she's supposed to have 24/7 supervision because, Ted can't do it. But then they're with Gillison and she falls in January and gets sent off to the hospital. And all this stuff is in this awesome and amazing evidence that we submitted to the sheriff that we could nail Gillison for incompetence, perjury, everything. Crickets. So, crickets.
Jody, I'm wondering, with the group you started, do you have, I know there aren't many of them out there, but maybe there's some truth-seeking attorneys that would want to be affiliated with your group to try to represent you.
Cindy, give us some good news about Devin. I mean, we got this email. You want to share about Devin?
My first attorney, I really believe that he really did try to help me, I think, and I think he was honest, but he's young, and I don't think he had a clue what he was getting himself into against the corruption. He told me that the first week, the guardian ad litem told him that Cindy will never see her mother again, and she needs to accept that. Now that's without visiting me, my home, meeting me, talking to my brothers to find out anything. All they're listening to is a granddaughter that took my mom to the bank, created a revocation and a new power of attorney, and tried to access her trust. I mean, how is that possible? But
well, I'm saying if they've established that they must know that your mother has dementia. So I don't understand how could she, in Ted's case, you have Judy, who they've said is not competent, so they seal her house. In the case, apparently, they're saying your mother was competent enough to change her whatever she changed her. So how did they do that when she has dementia? I don't understand that.
Yeah, the guardian ad litem said she's got dementia, but she can say where she wants to live. So they labeled her incapacitated so they could take her trust. And now they take the trust and they start paying themselves. My mom's trust is paying a guardian, the guardian's attorney, a guardian ad litem, and a court-appointed attorney. 4. And once a guardian ad litem is only supposed to be appointed if the person has no attorney. Well, my niece got my mom an attorney as soon as she took her. And so my mother had never had a guardian ad litem, let alone for 2.5 years.
That's unbelievable. I don't, these cases blow your mind, even with what I know of the corruption. I'm just wondering what do you hope, Cynthia, what do you hope to get out of this? Because it sounds to me like they're running through the money. So I don't know. Obviously, it's not even a case of that. And you can't really get vindicated in terms of with your mother because she doesn't appear to really be knowing what's going on. What are you hoping to eventually accomplish? You're just hoping maybe to find an honest judge or an honest member of the court that will acknowledge that what was done was wrong. And if they do, can they take, in your case or in any cases, can they take back what seemed to be undeserved proceeds from her estate that went to the guardian and all these other people?
Well, first and foremost, I want my mom home. I built a beautiful grand pad in my home for her. It has a walk-in bathtub. Everything was done for my mom's safety, my dad's safety, and I want her back here. And I want her to be able to see everyone in her family that she was seeing before she was taken. I do want them all held accountable, and I will go to appeals court, and I'll go to the Supreme Court if I have to. I think they need to be held accountable, but another important thing is it exposing it so no one's caught off guard like I was. I mean, I had no clue something like this could happen. I'm still blown away that this really happened to me. And I think that's why it's starting to people are starting to see it because they know me. I'm a credible person. And a lot of the people are afraid to even speak out because it sounds so crazy. But I said, I don't care. I'm going to speak out. I've done nothing wrong but protect my mom. And I'm going to tell my story till my last breath.
And Lisa Belanger puts on their vicious and malicious retaliation for my filing a federal civil RICO action with irrefutable court documented criminality by lawyers and judges. And I've explained it before. Cynthia, what is your impression of Lisa's case? Because it sounds very similar to yours because her father's involved and they basically stole her estate as far as I can determine. How do you see that case?
It's just horrible. And to know that it happened to an attorney, I mean, it's just mind-blowing. I mean, we have a senator here in Michigan that it happened to. So you look at your
senator, yeah.
Yes. And if it can happen to an attorney, it can happen to a senator. How am I going to stop this? I didn't know the first thing about this. I was babysitting my grandkids, enjoying my life. I had no clue any of this existed. And then Jody was just like blowing me away with all these stories. And then my mom's Facebook page, I was getting, messages from people all over the country, help me. Because they're thinking, I can do something. I can't even help myself, let alone help anybody else. But I mean, I'm damned and determined to try. I know that. And I'm not going to stop until, like I said, my last breath. I'm not going to stop. Because guess who they're coming after next? Me. You.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have to stop.
Well, that's why you try to, and that the problem is people are so apathetic. For instance, I mean, I know that they obviously there's massive vote fraud, but most of the time they don't need it. And somebody like when Jody ran for public office, most people are just unfortunately that stupid. They've been dumbed down, and they don't think there's a problem unless it hits them. If it happens to them, if they find themselves in a situation like you guys did, then suddenly, wow,
Right.
crazy conspiracy people were right. But most people don't think that, just as Cynthia was, kind of, happily going along and, naively believing in the system like most people would. Because if the system especially if the system's been good to you. So it's really hard to convince somebody that has a good job and their kids are going to good colleges and life's good. It's hard to convince those people that, that all this terrible stuff is happening. They just look at you guys and they think, well, there must be something there. We're not hearing the whole story. Something's going on.
Right.
And it's they can't, they're just giving you your side. So Cynthia, did you ever try in the beginning, or were you ever able to like have a conversation with your niece and say, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? You're ruining my life and you're taking my mother away from all of us. And, you have to know that she can't consent to what you're saying. Even if she did sign it, that she doesn't really know what she's doing. Or can you even do that? Or is that against the court order or something?
Oh, she got restraining orders against us right away, remember?
Okay.
She isolated my mother and then tried to use the restraining order to have me arrested. I mean, she was thinking, she's a paralegal, so she knows the law. She worked in probate. She knows exactly what she's doing and how to maneuver things for her benefit. When she tried to have me arrested at the hospital, the police officer told me she knows the law and she's using it against you. You need to be very careful. He said, but I'm arresting you. You were here as a legitimate reason with your son. And she was trying to arrest me, saying I broke the restraining order and followed her there. But I was already checked in with my son.
Wow.
She did it because she found out I was there. She showed up.
Well, it's got to be especially disillusioning to you. You said she considered you like a mother at one time when it's family involved. But unfortunately, all those investigation discovery cases, I can't tell you how many murders happen for, $100,000 life insurance policy or something. It's amazing what loved ones will do for not even that much money. Again, it's got to be rough for you, and my heart goes out to you and to all of you. But Jody, what's give us because you're handling all these other cases, and give us come up with a case or two that you've worked on that is really especially outrageous. We know they all are in some ways, but that would probably interest the audience.
Well, and again, anybody calls me, the first thing I like to do is pretend I'm that guardian ad litem. And to me, all of these cases are outrageous because the pattern of behavior is so clear. And especially for a court watcher, if you go and you court watch, you would see the same thing I've seen. But, I want to see more classes, Con Ed classes, just for being a citizen. I think every citizen should have to do at least 10 hours of court watching every year. If we lose our courthouse, we're going to lose our republic. If we lose our republic, we're going to be Nazi Germany. And once they target you here in Michigan, attorney, senator, realtor, mother, boyfriend, you're done. And this is the thing. This is not the way we grew up. So to me, I'd like to see more legislation, which is what we're hoping to help write for the senator, because we have to do his work for him. And I'd like to see more consequences made out for these professionals. The more laws that we're finding, and we're seeing that you're supposed to be working for the general public and there's no consequence, that's the problem. We went to the legislative hearing last week and we found out that it was a yellow shirt and it said protect our vulnerable, and her name is Allie, and she had Down syndrome, and she was it was a phone call predator that made this little 19-year-old Down syndrome girl do something inappropriate on her phone, which then of course mortified the whole Down syndrome society. And I'm sitting there going, wow, sounds like the exact same thing that's happening to our elderly. But for some reason, Allie, she is getting closer to a bill They're actually one of the comments that we were told that the detective said, "Oh, I'm sorry, there is no predator for a Down syndrome person on the telephone, so now we can't charge you for anything because it's not a crime." To me, why do we need to be that specific to make it a crime? Because I don't want it to be Betty Hayes's mother should be a crime. Judy Teff's should be a crime. This is called civil society. We should be protecting one another from this kind of nonsense. So again, I don't know why it's happening. I do know, like Cindy said, we're not giving up. 2024 is an election year. They are taking up these bills in January. Hopefully Cindy and I can continue to do the work that we've been doing and helping other people. I could give you the list of names, but if you follow us on Justice for Betty Hayes or just my Facebook page, Jody White with a Y, you'll just see the stories and who we're helping. And we have to encourage them to do the work themselves. We can't do the work for them, but I will help briefs. I'll help give them ideas. Cindy and I have the lingo down. It is kind of amazing how I'm like, Cindy, man, you sound good. Because in just 2.5 years, she's now one of the spokespeople out there telling people, come join us. She's gone to New York. She's, she goes in I don't know, Cindy's a very good spokesperson. I'm more of the behind the scenes at the courthouses getting the judges mad at me, but we're a good team and we have a lot of great people in our group. And unfortunately, we're VIPs. We're all victims in probate. And once you're targeted, there's it's a super highway with no exit ramp. So
we lost Ted there for a second. White Wolf is mentioning us for you all may not know this, but he's talking about the Franklin credit scandal case. And again, this is how sometimes serious this is. There was a huge child sex scandal case involving lots of prominent people in Nebraska back in the 80s and 90s. And one of them was mostly were little boys, but there was one little girl, Alicia Owen, who testified under oath that all these prominent people, the newspaper publisher for the big newspaper, the police chief, all these people had sexually abused her. And not only, she was probably 13 or 14 or something at the time. They convicted her of perjury, and she went to prison. This is a little girl. So this is how bad the system is. So just to let you know how, on some really serious issues. And we know that case because we talk about those kinds of things on this show. But that's what White Wolf is referring to there. And it's unfortunate. I wish I could give you better news. Ted, I'm sorry we lost you there for a second. So Jody, you gave you some. So why don't we wind this? Ted, any closing thoughts? And anything people can? Is there any way to contact you or anything? Or if I don't know if any of you guys have PayPals or anything like that. If you want people to try to contribute, just give out whatever you have there.
I don't have anything like that set up. It just I would like to be able to see my fiance once again. Being I haven't seen her since last August, that's my number one priority, is just to be able to see her again and tell her the truth about what's going on, because I know she's had undue influence, and so is her family, because her son was helping me in the beginning of this, and when this no contact came into play, he stopped talking to me. So I know that Gilson has brainwashed her family as well, because they've all turned against me now.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but
I'm unable to talk to them because of this no contact too, which is, he's doing everything he can so nobody can help Judy, not even her own family. Yeah,
the system is just utterly broken. Cynthia, where can people find out more about you, or and I'm not suggesting you should, but lots of people set up, GoFundMe's and all that. So if you have anything like that, give out any links you want to give out.
I just run a page called Justice for Betty Hayes, my mom's page, and I just put updates on there, and I actually share stories from all over the country. It's a real problem in Australia too, and I've even shared stories from over in Australia. There's stories from Canada. It's just everywhere. They found a real way to make a huge amount of money and they target the most vulnerable people, and it's just huge windfall for them, and nobody stops them.
It's awful. Jody White, any give out that link again, and anything that
Well, one
people
of the
can do.
things that there is a nonprofit, it's SEER, it's Center for State Administrative Reform with Rick Black, and he was the one that was affiliated with Sam Sugar. Anything that gets donated to Michigan, he gives to us. We have done a couple fundraisers, but again, even with the fundraisers, like you said earlier, people are not empathetic to this. So, if anything, if you contacted SEAR, SCAR, .org, it would go to us, but we're not doing this for money. I mean, we're just
Right,
another,
sure.
I just want to make it clear, because none of us make any money. None of us, we do it because really we're loving citizens and we love our Michiganders, and we really want to get people to grow up. And so again, it's sad, all the stories that you're telling us, because I'm like Cynthia, I'm still like in a bubble. I do not believe all this harm is going on out there. So I thank the good Lord for protecting us and our little group, and even you complimenting our group, that we're all still happy, with our loved ones.
Yeah.
And we just got to keep praying, because we need God's intervention. So I'm going to
Absolutely.
give God all the glory as I end, because
This is a spiritual battle. We definitely do, and I commend all of you for not. I mean, I just asked that because today, especially, it's really typical in almost any case for somebody to have a GoFundMe account or something like that. In your cases, as Cynthia said, was $200,000 legal fees. You're all in this for a lot of money, so you have every right to do it. And I think probably people will contribute. I don't.
On top of the $200,000 in legal fees, the judge has ordered me to pay $235,000 to my mom's trust, and then they've taken my mom's $275,000 estate.
Well,
I mean,
please,
add it up, they are making a killing.
Please set up something. You have every right to. Nobody's going to think you're money grubbing, because you've lost money on this, and there are people out there. There are lots of generous people that are anybody that would consider this the injustice that is awake to that. They're going to by nature be more generous, and they'd be willing to. They'd be happy to help you. So, and I wish all of you the best of luck, Cynthia Mifson and Ted Shackelford, Jody White. I don't know what else I can say. I hope this helped to get this out there, and let me know. Keep me updated on how things are going. We're all rooting for you, and we know the odds are against you, because this is as you know all too well, this is an utterly corrupt system, because obviously in each of your cases you can see that justice has not prevailed, and anybody with a reasonable mind in any of those courtrooms should see what's going on, and they should try to do something that makes sense. And
that's the other thing. My courtroom's closed. Nobody can go there. It's only on Zoom. I can't even go down there to get records. Only Zoom.
Yeah, that's absolutely. It's. I wish I could, other than this is part of the underlying corruption that's everywhere, and you guys are finding it out, unfortunately, in the worst possible way, because it's happening to you personally. But this is a part of symptomatic of a larger issue at hand. I call what we're living in America 2.0. We're running on fumes, and unfortunately, the court system is a huge part of that. So again, I thank all three of you for coming on. I wish you the best of luck. Keep in contact with me, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed the three guests, Cynthia and Jody and Ted. And again, these are unfortunately too indicative of all too often what we see with this the terrible injustice system of ours. And I wanted to have a little bit of time here at the end to talk a little bit about the craziness that's going on in the world. Just and hopefully get some more questions and comments in the chat room. Good to see so many people there. Chris Graves, Chris Buchan, White Wolf, Lisa Belanger, obviously. we had Sam's Bodie's tree, Harlan Stonewall. Earlier on, I saw people like Rhonda Tate and Frankly, my dear, who is my good friend Georgia Ann Brown. Good to see you. John Bassaglone, Deborah Wheeler. So jump in with any questions or comments you have here. This is kind of the free form part of the show. But just to look at what's happening in this, are we on the brink of World War III? I don't know. I don't, as you know, I talk about this all the time, how it never really happens. And I don't think I think at this time they're still throwing the fear porn out there, but it's pretty scary. I don't know if you guys saw that Congress voted yesterday. Ron Paul's website is really the only one that reported it, but Congress voted something like 354 to 53 or something ridiculous like that, which again shows you where most of these so-called representatives are. They didn't make it clear. It said, to declare war on Iran. I don't think they're actually declaring war on Iran, but it was like, or to go to, I'm not sure what the vote even meant, but it was indicative of, and again, look at Iran. What does Iran have to do with anything? Why would we be going to war with Iran? I mean, this is, and most people, and you can see, especially the right, has been completely co-opted. Alex Jones, if you saw today, was talking about Hezbollah has declared war on the United States. It's, I'm so sick of Hezbollah and Hamas and these new names for what used to be called Al Qaeda, Al Qaeda, and the Muslim Brotherhood and Taliban and all these ISIS and all these things. I don't know where they all went, but and they took a couple years off during the pandemic, so now they're back for some reason. But I don't fear any of them. I don't know to what degree they're real at all and how much they're financed and controlled by the United States government or the Israel. But I do fear this government, and I fear the elite. And I don't know what they have planned for us, but I know it's no good. And the idea, and Chris Buchan must be in his element there, because this is certainly proving what kind of undue influence Israel, especially Israel, has over the United States, and with American Jews here showing dual loyalties. In fact, Ben Shapiro, who still has never answered by I think on Twitter, when I asked him, I said, who are you loyal to? America, Israel. Of course, he wasn't answering me. And he, I guess other people have been saying that because he tweeted out something yesterday, very predictably, that questioning that he's loyal to the United States, and asking that question is anti-Semitic. So again, this is just, so you can't even ask that question while I'm asking it. And this is, we have people like him. We have this guy, Mark Levin, who is kind of and I don't know if you guys have been watching, one of my favorite podcasts out there is Fearless with Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock's a black guy who, and it's almost everybody in the show is black, but they are great, or they have been fantastic. And they have been doing really good work. But during after the Hamas attack on Israel, Jason was being his usual fair-minded self. He's usually very sensible, especially about race. He's way more sensible than any white person in America about racial issues. He calls it out, but for what it is. I know he and I would get along great if I could just make him aware of myself. But I know we're kindred spirits. But he was very sensible at first, talking about Israel and Hamas and so forth, and basically saying, I'm an American. I care about my country. And that's what I'm concerned about. What does this mean to America? Which was every American should be saying. But somebody had to talk with him, because a guy named Mr. I think it was Mr. Rosenstein or something. I don't know. But he's obviously a Jewish guy. They came on a few nights later on his show. It was obviously ordered to have this guy on. And Jason usually talks a lot. And he didn't get a couple words. He didn't get a word in edgewise. This guy just talked for about an hour. And he set him straight. And I said, this is sad to see, because and since that time, he really pulled back his coverage, and he didn't exactly go pro-Israel, but it was obviously he wasn't going to go in those waters anymore. And my favorite guest on the show is this guy, Royce White. I don't know if you've seen him. He's very, very impressive. He's a former NBA player, but he's got a great intellect. Another black guy, and I said when I wrote my novel, The Unreals, I created some black characters called the Afro Anarchists, and they're doo-wop protest singers. I wrote a bunch of songs and stuff for them that I put in the book because I like to do that stuff. And the leader of the Afro Anarchists was a guy named Phosphate Jefferson, and he was my ideal black man. He was. I created the kind of black guy that I would be if I was black, or the kind of black that I wish I'd see, in public life. And I never thought I'd see one, but Royce White is very close to Phosphate Jefferson. But anyhow, he was on there talking sense about Israel Palestine. He talks sense about just about everything. Very, very intellectual guy. And then suddenly they had a falling out because Royce mentioned Mark Levin, and he criticized him. And Jason just kind of went off. And anyhow, they've been having a feud. You can look on both their podcasts. They've been going back and forth with each other. And it's sad to see. It's the same kind of dysfunction that we see, as I've talked about in the JFK community, and the alt media at large, where there's these little feuds and everything, and people not getting along. But in this case, it's pretty much over Mark Levin. And Mark Levin and Royce White looked into this guy's history, and Mark Levin has become a talking head in this kind of the neocon world, but Levin's career goes back to he was a chief of staff during Iran-Contra to was he chief of staff to Oliver North? I've already forgotten who he was chief of staff to. I think it was, but he was involved as a chief of staff. I think it was to North, but somebody prominent during Iran-Contra. And as you know, I wrote all about Iran-Contra during that. During Hidden History, and I covered it very well. Another forgotten scandal of the right that people don't talk about. But this guy, he looked at Levin comes from that, so Levin obviously was right in the middle of a cover up, and he came in when this is when neocons, people realize our foreign policy completely changed. Not that it was wasn't any great change before. We've come a long way since John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was the last president to stand up to Israel and to want an even-handed policy in the Middle East. And people don't realize that it took a long time before word finally leaked out with the documents and so forth that at the time of his assassination, immediately leading up to the months before that, JFK had been engaging in a very heated battle of words behind the scenes, exchanging letters with David Ben-Gurion, the president of Israel. And it was over Israel developing nuclear weapons. JFK did not want them to develop nuclear weapons. He was very upset about it, and told them in no uncertain terms that we wouldn't let them do it. So you can judge for yourself whether that contributed to his murder or not. I mean, I think there were obviously forces in our own government that orchestrated his assassination, but certainly I think that probably played a part. But that was the last time that anybody in the White House, or really almost anybody in public life, well, you go later to Jim Trafficant, who was censored from Congress. He was a big critic of Israel, but JFK was certainly the last president. Ever since that time, you had LBJ, who covered up the attack on the USS Liberty, where Israel killed 30-some American sailors, and our ship was flying the American flag. They knew they were an American ship, and they covered up completely. For decades, you could, just to mention it was anti-Semitic, now you can. A friend of mine, Joan Mellon, who's a Jewish woman, wrote a good book about the Liberty cover-up. So everyone recognized how wrong it was now, but LBJ, one of his many crimes, covered it up. Certainly Nixon was not anything but pro-Israel. Jimmy Carter was a little more even-handed, but he wasn't to the level of a Kennedy. But starting with Reagan was, was full bore in. He was with the support of the evangelical right, which basically wants Armageddon. So they don't believe Israel can do any wrong at all. And that's when the neocons took over foreign policy. That's when you had people like Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney and stuff, coming into the White House at that time. And they were right in the middle of October surprise and Iran-Contra and all that. And our foreign policy has never been any different since then. And once Bill Clinton came in office, the same kind of thing, where the neocons, you just had the neocon left, people on the left that were the exact same, but all pro-Israel. And you're seeing that now when something like this happens, there's no debate. And ironically, the only people in public life that are speaking out in support of Palestinian rights and criticizing the retaliation, which is so over the top, it's ridiculous on the part of Israel, are the Squad. Rashida Tlaib, a Palestinian who I don't agree with these people on probably any other issue, but on this issue they are exactly right. They're the only ones that have been talking about what's going on, and we'll see the right has its own cancel culture. You saw what happened to the Harvard students, and I've written a lot about the cancel culture on the left. The left has canceled any number of speakers on college and campuses, conservatives. I'm talking about mainstream conservatives that wanted to speak there, and the left protested and canceled them and wouldn't let it happen. Well, that's exactly what happened to the students at Harvard, many of them non-white, who signed who basically signed a petition condemning what Israel did and giving support to Palestinian rights. They doxed them. They hired a truck and they put their names and faces on the truck and drove around campus. And then you had prominent Jewish Americans, prominent Jewish businessmen who went out publicly and basically wanted to have a job moratorium, basically wanted to stop these kids that were on this list from ever being hired by any Fortune 500 company anyhow. And that's think about that. I mean, that's the left hasn't done anything more insidious than that. And I'm just looking at some of these. John Basclon said, "Yeah, Alexander Haig." Yes, he was. Alexander Haig was in there as well. And probably the real villain of Watergate, by the way, if my old friend Len Kolodny, who passed away a couple of years ago, who wrote Silent Coup, had many conversations with him back in the day. He's the one that showed that Alexander Haig was right in the center of Watergate and that John Dean was actually the villain there. And Dean is still alive and still raking in the attention of the left as some kind of hero when he definitely was not. And okay, Chris Bucket is now talking about Eskimos. Okay. But at any rate, so it shouldn't be any surprise, but it still kind of is to see to the degree that the left and the right come together on this. Everything Tulsi Gabbard embarrassed herself. I don't know how these people can talk about peace ever again. Tulsi Gabbard sounded very, I was kind of smitten with her. She's pretty, and I got to meet her in person at a campaign stop. I gave her my book, Survival of the Richest. I doubt she ever read it. But, and I know these people are politicians. I know the backgrounds of some of them, but it's still a disappointment to see them make asses of themselves. And she made an ass out of herself, talking about Hamas and Hezbollah and all this ridiculous nonsense, military-industrial complex propaganda. And, basically, we stand with Israel. Everybody's saying, and RFK Jr., you guys know what I think about the Kennedys. I'm a Kennedy fanboy, and I love most of what he's doing. He knows who I am. He has my books. We just haven't got together yet, but probably never will now because I'm criticizing him so much that. But he's been so over the top. I know that he doesn't feel the way he does, but I know he understands the Palestinians have been mistreated. But for whatever reason, he's being pressured into becoming the biggest pro-Israel guy out there, and it's not. It's not. Chris Bucket says she's Army intel. Well, no, it's not. Not that I don't figure out. I just said that, I look at everybody. I accept everybody at face value, even though I know they probably aren't. Most of them probably aren't. So when Alex Jones says something good, I think it's great. When Tucker Carlson was saying something good, I think it's great. And anybody, I'd say right now, Rashida Tlaib and AOC and Ilhan Omar, when they're the only ones in Congress that are condemning what Israel's doing, and talking about the plight of the Palestinians, I think that's great. Even though they're wrong on everything else, I don't think they're all necessarily, disinfo agents. Some of them are, but some of them are just misguided. And I think in my view, I think they just disagree with what most of us would think on this. And some of them are just trying to protect their high-paying jobs. But for the Congress to be, again, this country is collapsing in every direction. We have an infrastructure that hasn't been touched for 60 years, literally. We have roads and bridges collapsing. I live in one of the wealthiest counties in the United States, and the roads and bridges are a joke here. The power grids are a joke here. So God only knows what they're like in Mississippi and Arkansas, poor places. Our leaders refuse to touch it. We have, as the three guests we had on earlier demonstrated, we have absolute corruption and tyranny from top to bottom of this rotten system. Nobody's doing a thing about it because they're all in on it, apparently. So our own house is in need of repair. The roof is caving in. The children are starving. The last thing you do is you go around the neighborhood and try to inject yourself into the problems of your neighbors. That's what we do. We have a house that's completely collapsing. Kids are starving. We're not doing anything. We have people crapping on the streets of big cities and living in tents. Nobody cares. They're not even cleaning the crap up anymore. So it's a disastrous situation, to use one Donald Trump's favorite word, disaster. And for us to be concerned about Israel in the midst of all this, even if it could be, even if it could be demonstrated that that's the unvarnished truth, that these terrible terrorists came and did awful things. And again, I don't trust anything coming from these people because they lie about everything. The entire attack was very dubious, coming in on hand gliders at a music festival. His location was changed at the last minute. The Mossad, the best intelligence agency in the world, much better than our CIA, they couldn't ferret it out, couldn't stop it. And the tapes and film that we've seen of that are very dubious. I just see a bunch of Arabs jumping up and down and shouting Allah and maybe pulling a person out of a car or something. And then you see videos of dead bodies, everywhere, isolated usually from both sides, claiming we don't. And that's why I don't want us to be concentrating so much on foreign policy, because we just don't know who's telling the truth and what's really going on over there. We do know what's going on here. I can go out on the roads and bridges and see what's going on here. I know they're not doing their job here. I know I can look and see what my representatives are voting for, my so-called representatives. And by the way, they just snuck themselves another big pay raise the other night. They managed to do that. They're always able to do that. And so they may not be able to do anything else. And of course, they got through the emergency funding for Israel. So where did that get appropriated from? 100 billion or whatever it was? I mean, why is it if we ever need to build the infrastructure up or something that will benefit the people, it's always, well, you have to raise the gas tax. You're going to have to raise the property tax. Where's that money coming from? Well, where is it coming from for Israel or Ukraine before that? Where is this money being appropriated from? Sam Bodie's tree said, Tulsi can go F off. Okay, well, at this point, yeah, that's the way I feel about it too. But she can restore her reputation in my eyes if she suddenly comes out and holds up Survival of the Richest and says it's a great book. Then I'll have a favorable thing to say about it. No, she's not going to. She probably threw it away or something later that night. But so it's very disillusioning because you're looking at we have 535 members of Congress, elected representatives, supposedly elected, definitely not representatives. We're taxation without representation, but they're what we supposedly have. And you have what? I don't even know if you have any. I would say before the closest ones out of the 535 combined in both houses. In the Senate, you have that guy, JB, whatever his name was, from Arizona. He seemed okay, but he's been kind of quiet since he's been in there. Rand Paul is okay, but that's about it. And in the House, you have some of the Freedom Caucus, Matt Gaetz and people like that. Chris Buchan says I'm smitten with Tulsi. Well, I'm easily smitten, so yeah, I guess that could be true. But somebody thanked me. I don't know who. I don't know who that is thanking me, but you're welcome, whoever you are. But and out of that 535 people, we can't get any other outside of the handful of the squad who have their own interest to basically a non-white agenda. But whatever, it's a non-white agenda. We use that if it can bring peace. I just, I wish in this case, again, this is just, we ought to be able to argue this on the merits of peace, war and peace. And Benjamin Franklin, in one of his lesser quoted sayings, said that there's no such thing as a good war or a bad peace. And I quote that all the time. I believe it firmly. I don't think, as Jeanette Rankin, the greatest woman in American history, the only woman to vote against declaring war in World War II, only person, and her political career was destroyed by that. She had to have police protection even to get out of Congress. She should be on the $10 bill, not Harriet Tubman or anybody else. Jeanette Rankin was a great woman, completely forgotten. And she had so many great quotes, and I put them in Crimes and Cover-Ups, my book, and but many of them. But one of them was that war is a really stupid way of resolving things. And that's what it is. The last, Harry, oh God, what's his name? Harry, I can't remember his name. Harry something. The last surviving soldier from World War I. He, on his deathbed, he said, remember, this war is organized murder and nothing else. War is stupid. It's always wrong. It doesn't solve anything. It doesn't prove anything. It's a might makes right argument. We raise our children and we tell them that might doesn't make right, that fighting is not the way to resolve things, but it's contradicted by so much of society promoting that, promoting fighting and certainly promoting war. And in this case, it isn't even our fight. The only war that's justified is an actual war of defense. So if our shores are invaded, like when the British came ashore in 1812 and went and burned the White House down, yeah, you have to fight that. If somebody attacks your home, yes, I'm not a total pacifist. You have to defend yourself. We haven't been in any war, and I'm not talking about Pearl Harbor and World War II. I've written about that. That was a false flag as well. That was no sneak attack. That was ridiculous. But you really go back justifiably, the last time there was a justifiable defense of this country was in the War of 1812. The British did invade our shores. They did burn the White House down. That made sense to defend ourselves. Not since then. So you're talking about over 200 years, and we're still getting involved in these. And now we're getting involved where we're not even involved at all. Hamas has done nothing to us. Hezbollah has not, to whatever degree they're even real, has done nothing to us. Iran certainly has done nothing to us. And as I've said many times, I have a connection to Iran. My sister was married to an Iranian. And Deborah Wheeler says we're being invaded now. Exactly. So, and that's a great point. And it's going to come to that where, not militarily perhaps, but what has been happening at our southern border since the 1980s is an invasion by any definition. And ironically, while we're going all over the world, searching for mischief and getting involved in places we have no interest in that have nothing to do with to us, the United States, here we have our southern border being invaded. And we're doing nothing. We're welcoming it. We're encouraging it. And that's the basis of my book, Masking the Truth, when I call the COVID the greatest psyop in the history of the world, because politics didn't stop. This had been a real deadly pandemic. That southern border would have been closed. It was never closed. Business went on as usual. And even when employees, American citizen employees, were being forced to get mandates everywhere, the immigrants weren't. Now that makes no sense if you're dealing with an actual health crisis. Then you would want, obviously, to know anybody has, but they didn't do that. So Deborah, thanks for pointing that out. We absolutely are doing that. I'll be sure to I'll attempt to give Riley a hug for you. Chris is promoting my book, Innocent Until Proven Month. That's. Although I love the title, Chris, but it should be, because the title kind of contradicts itself, because basically it's innocent when proven wealthy, because once proven wealthy, because the idea is that the wealthy are the only ones that can become innocent. And again, I probably will be more likely to put it as a huge section. I already started that in Hidden History 3. I'll have the American Memory Hole. That's the title of it now. The official is going to be coming out next spring. But I'll have a large section on this kind of corruption that you're seeing that we focus on today, kind of like that under asset forfeiture. And Harlan Stonewall says war is a racket. Smedley Butler, absolutely. And I'll just before we go, I'll tell the story again. I'm sure everybody knows, but my boy is Huey Long. You guys know he's my hero. One of many reasons why he's my hero, beyond the share the wealth stuff, is that when he wrote his book, My First Days in the White House, which was posthumously published after they assassinated him, after he predicted they were going to. He named his fictitious cabinet, presidential cabinet. His Secretary of War was Smedley Butler. He was very close friends with Smedley Butler. So any presidential administration that is Smedley Butler, the greatest anti-war activist of them all, of all time, as the Secretary of War, there would not have been American involvement in World War II under President Huey Long. Absolutely not, because he wouldn't have been involved in war anywhere. Huey was a man of peace, like a genuine leftist. And Huey Long's great-granddaughter, who I've communicated with, didn't even know about this. But I told her, I said, Smedley Butler, on the record, considered when he found out that Huey Long had named him his fictitious Secretary of War, and probably would have named him his real Secretary of War if he'd been elected president. He said he considered it the greatest honor of his life. And when Huey was assassinated, Smedley Butler was devastated, and he said he had no more interest in continuing on with politics, and he didn't. If you look what happened, his name is not out there. And he wasn't that old. He died, 1940s maybe. I can't remember exactly when, but I tried to find out more about it, but you couldn't. He had no family either to try to contact. But General Smedley Butler was a great man, and he said all his interest in politics died with Huey Long, and it did. He never had any more statements to issue in public. He certainly never wrote anything else following up his great pamphlet, War is a Racket, which I've compared to Thomas Paine's Common Sense. It was very similar to that. And it unfortunately didn't have the same effect that Common Sense had on colonial America, because if it had, we would have stopped feeding the war as war machine. As Smedley Butler said, war is never about enemies. It's about opportunities for profit. And Chris Buchan said, yeah, that's 40. Yeah. So yeah, because the point is that Smedley Butler was alive during World War II, and he made no comments about it. And I don't think that can be mean to be taken that he approved of our involvement in World War II. I think he just, as he said, when Huey Long, his great friend, was assassinated, he had no more desire to continue politicking. And so that's unfortunately that, but that's where we stand now. And I hope that people will look at the situation and realize, again, I'm not suggesting that we go and get involved on the side of the Palestinians. I think they're they're the victims here, but they've been the victims since Israel was created and they stole their land. But okay, T. Jordan, thank you. Okay, so Smedley Butler did die in 1940. Okay, so he wasn't alive during World War II. Okay, there you go. Thank you, T. Jordan. Okay, maybe that explains it. But he didn't. Between 1935 and 1940, he stopped commenting publicly, and I think he explained why, because of the fact that they assassinated Huey Long. So I just remember, pray for peace, give the peace symbol. It's peace is a good thing, and I don't know why it's considered a weakness by anybody. It's stupid. If you've ever lost a loved one, or if you're in danger of losing your own life in one of these stupid, pointless wars, what would you be dying for? I'm not suggesting that we fight on the side of the Palestinians. We shouldn't get involved. That's the problem. It's almost never our fight in any of these kind of meddlesome adventures we have in far-flung lands, or interventions for foreign policy. But in this case, it's so obvious that we'd be fighting at the behest of Israel, who has controlled our foreign policy forever, especially if they get their war with Iran. It's disgraceful. John Baskelin said, just think one of the men who tried to foment a coup against the government of the United States, his son and grandson, became president within a couple generations of Prescott books. Yeah. Well, and you know, and that I've written about that coup too that involves Smedley Butler. And I you can read my book Crimes and Cover-Ups for my thoughts on that. I don't really understand it entirely, and everything we know about Roosevelt shows that he was serving his masters very well. So I'm not sure what was going on there, but at any rate, pray for peace, and hope that this is just another bit of fear porn that they're hanging over our heads like they've done for a long time. But right now, things are not looking good for America or the world. And keep your faith. That's all we can do. Stay strong. What we have, these problems are not going to be fixed by human beings. We need a supernatural force. Only a supernatural force could save us, and that would be God. So have your faith in God to try to defeat these absolute demons that are running this world right now. So thanks, everybody. Thanks for joining. And I guess I'll close out the show. Tony's probably busy with customers. So thanks for listening to I Protest, everybody. We'll be back with you next week at the exact same time. Take care. Pay for peace.